Checkmate, welcome back to the stream, sir. We are just starting. Unfortunately, I wish that was a pass. I was trying to get all my chat into one box, so I was trying to set up the social media ninja, or whatever it's called, to get everything in order. If you're just seeing the stream for the first time, and this game for the first time, this is Monsters Memories. It is a classically inspired MMORPG based off of old school titans like EverQuest, RuneScape, Star Wars Galaxies, Classic WoW, a few others that are sprinkled in there. You're just seeing me for the first time. I am Salty EQ Vet. I'm a longtime MMO player and retired combat veteran, and I'm exclusively covering this game. I've started this channel to help myself with public speaking and doing some public outreach on the side. Yes, it's time for some Skullduggery and some tomfoolery. We are not on our druid. Like I said today at the end of the stream yesterday, so that we would do today is that we are going to be on our human rogue. I got a little tired of the wood elf model. So right now, like with every character, we need to make some money. The most important thing is to get some inventory space. We are on Ethane, the human, who is my D&D character in real life with my friends. So I usually play a rogue in a D&D setting, and so there is some positional things that you do in combat with these guys. Who's this guy, Xavier? I tried looking for my Speed of the Wild. I was like, oh no, I'm on a rogue. I don't get any of those fancy things. I did take a look at the update. They are doing something with the druid. They did update it. Damage-wise, I think it's doing a little bit more damage. Here we have a mount. There are mounts in this game. And this is obviously a mule. I don't know if that's like another pet that's just kind of like invisible right there, but this is usually used for like hauling. So like it's got a lot of inventory space or a lot of weight capacity. And there's going to be differences between a riding mount and a carrying mount. So if you want to carry goods between cities, you're going to be using a donkey or a mule. Alright, let's go ahead and get a rested bonus first before we do anything. I don't think we have anything in our inventory that we can stow. We do have a decrypted note. I did choose Knife Thrower for one of my starting abilities, because the rogue is going to be the best class at throwing knives. Now, I thought that would be the monk, but the monk doesn't use piercing weapons. I think it's only bludgeoning. Anyways, so while we're waiting for our rested bonus to wind up here, go ahead and give a few shout outs here, because I usually forget to do them or something happens and I just kind of like forget to do them. I try to give a shout out to my subscribers. One of them is already in the chat chatting with me, Checkmate, and that Ginger, and of course my lovely wife, who gave me her Prime subscription And that about covers it. So I think we went through all the followers recently. And of course, last stream, let's see, I usually have like about 8% of US viewers. I do get some like wild cards in there where it's either like 10 to 20%. It could be like a different country. Like, so like sometimes it's like 10% Spain for whatever reason, or Denmark. Typically it fluctuates between like Israel, Pakistan, Canada, and then like the United Kingdom, and then Spain. Like it's just on different days that they pop up. Where like 20% of my audience is from one of those countries. And I have no idea why. But you are welcome here, and I appreciate you tuning in. Okay, we're at 20 minutes. We can go out and go out and poke some things. Alright, let's get the free bag first. And my wife joins us in channel. Agida, good to see you. Hope work is going well. We're gonna head over here to the Shifty Gnome. Hopefully it's not too dark with the human. But there's no more like red tinge. Inhale. I might have some work for you. Okay. Work. Did I get the bundle already? I did. Alright, cool. And he will never get that back. The bag is more valuable than the quest turn in. Sometimes. Oh, okay, desert bat. Let's call him the desert bat. Okay, so that's a white con. Let's go ahead and stab it. Take a look at my skill sheet here. I don't have a whole lot going on, but we will find the rogue trainer, and then we'll see what we can do after we kill a few mobs. There's got to be rapiers in the game, right? I think like a rogue with a rapier would be. It's kind of like an iconic thing. It's a bat fur we can sell. And of course, one of the other abilities that we get is stealth. Right, but we kind of slow lock things. I'll go ahead and turn this on. I don't know if I'm exactly being stealthy with this. Isn't it kind of like a dead giveaway? All right. Oh, okay, so they updated. I was like, what is this? What are these cross swords? Okay, lets me know that I'm in combat. Oh, is this skeleton? Okay, it's a white con, so I'm gonna get... I forgot that skeletons were level 1. I thought it was like a yellow. I wonder if it's like an innate ability that I can get extra damage from stealth, right? Probably not. I probably have to train into it. Is the rat gonna kill me? I have had that happen before. I think it was like last year I was playing the monk, and like a rat killed me. Alright, let's sit down. Take a breather. As far as stats wise, I kind of went with an even spread. Feels a little bit weird not having all my tool sets with the druid. But I'm sure we'll get used to it. Of course I forget my vape. I'll get up in a minute to get it, grab it. Alright, let's go back out. Now, I do have a wood elf robe already kind of made. And I was planning on doing a stream, or streaming with it, because of the infravision. So you're gonna have to let me know if the stream's coming in okay, because I know on my screen I can see it just fine. But just on stream, it's just really dark for people. And we're hanging out in the noob yard. Alright, let's go kill some rats. Some more rats. Okay. Not the most exciting gameplay. You know what? Just for shiggles, let's go ahead and put LG on. I mean, I'm willing to bet I won't get it. A whisper. Join a group. But you never know. one of the good things about Rogue is that we don't have to carry around a spell book. Let's go ahead and grab some cloth bandages because we need those more than anything else. Nope. Anything in here? Nope. What about the snake? Snake. I mean, it's nice to be back in Night Harbor, not in Phalandril. Although I'm sure I will make my way over there because there's a lot more money to be had in that area for whatever reason. Although, you know, you can make decent cash here if you go to Wormsbane. I guess it's really depending on what you're doing. Solo, I mean, you seem to get a lot more money around Phalandril. Alrighty. So far, damage-wise, I mean, it seems fairly respectable. Well, at level 1 you can't really tell, but, I mean... Druid's coming around. Okie dokie. I mean, the main priority right now is really not necessarily. We're probably not gonna. Should we sell the immature snake venom sac? I mean, I feel like that's gonna be important for us. My wife is saying her work is boring. She's communicating with me through emotes. Okay. We're almost to level 2. I mean, since we're already out here, as long as we kind of keep harvesting the same mobs over and over again, we should be fine. I'm gonna try to save the bone chips as much as possible. At least, well, maybe not starting out, but like once we get into like the later levels, because I'm pretty sure I'll be doing some crafting on the human. Oh, I might die. Oh, or not. Okay, let's go back and sell off our loot, get some more inventory space, and then do that again. While we're in town, we're going to go ahead and just turn in our note to our class trainer. Show me, did I say that right? Is this a new character, or did you get lucky with the key drop? It's a new character. And I've been in the beta or the closed beta for a bit now. So we moved on from the druid. We are going to visit back with the druid. It's just that this is a new, basically this is patch day, and I'm interested in the rogue, and a lot of other people are interested in the rogue. So we're going to just cover that for a bit, see how we like it, feel it out. If we don't like it, we'll move on to the Beastmaster. If we don't like that, we'll go back to the rogue, or back to the druid. All right, let's see. Do we have enough? We don't have enough for bandages. But we should go to the cook. I'm telling you what, man. The druid has really spoiled me. It's got a lot of nifty things. Alright. I'm gonna cook rat meat. Okay, we're just gonna sell everything, because right now I think the priority, for us at least, is just we need to make money, man. Even the bone chips, we don't need these. Alright, let's go find the rogue. Where is the rogue? I don't remember where I put it. You are deliver this note to Sinstan, Aspen Leaf of the Lamplighters. You'll find them in the Illuminators Guild in the front. Yeah, but night. To the night market, not too far from Eastern Gate. Look for the archway, a massive red gemstone. Okay. A large ruby in the world. Chances are you're in. If you can't spot what looks like a large ruby in the world, any chances are you're not cut out to be a rogue. Maybe you get lost, play dumb, ask a guard directions to the Illuminators Guild. Okay. Alright, basically, don't run your mouth as a rogue. Alright, giant archway, giant ruby thing. Okay, there's our class trainer, so let's try to go inside here. I don't know, should I hop through a window? Is that what we're doing? Is that what it wants us to do? I think so. All right. Try that again. I guess we're not going in that way. That might be a player's house, I'm not really sure. Rogue instructor, okay. These are my people, they really got us. I can't. Look at that. It's hard to go first person if you're gonna be doing this. Alright, where's our... There he is. We just need to turn this into him. Okay, well, we're trying to get rid of this so we just have more inventory space. Lamplighters, honors have such a blah blah blah. Furry applied today, so now so take the list of the red. Read his name for the third. Alright, cool. Who is this? There he is. A dwarf. The whole point of this was to clear up my inventory, and because I didn't read ahead with class quest. Alright, well, I could have just put it in the bank and just moved on with my life, so learn from my mistakes. Oh, so we got some coin. We should be able to afford something new. Ooh, okay, so we got stab and we got swift strike. Oh, okay, so that's an aura. Nice. Jab, sprint. Ooh. Uppercut. Oh, these look fun. When do I get throwing, though? It's kind of the... Okay. Rain of Steel. Twin Blade. Okay. 25? Take a look at my innate skills. We may have just to do that. Yeah, Poison Maker. Okay. Alright, we got dual wield. I knew we got parry. Knew it. Safe fall. Ooh, safe fall. Awesome. Poison making. Sure, I'll put one poison making. Dodge. Absolutely. We're just that much better. Well, since we are leveling, I think the best area. Well, we can go to the crypt area. I haven't been there in a while. I usually go between like Northgrave, the crypt, or I try to avoid the west gate because there's just like very little mobs there. We're gonna swing by the bank though. I hope they add armor dies soon. Alrighty, we'll go ahead and put this small courier thing here. And we'll save that for a later date. Alright, so we're like 10 copper away from like a pouch. Although technically what I should have done on my druid is I should have crafted a bunch of items for my rogue. I didn't say I was going to go to the crypt, but I lied. Oh yeah, we got a new ability. Oh no, okay, so we already... It's just a aura. That's right, what does this do? Oh, wow. Attack speed increased by 15%. That's dope. That's quite a bit. is actually a lot of it, man. Wow. That's some damage. Checkmate asks, how many classes have I tried so far? So we've tried... Well, I can't hear myself. Sound muffled. We've tried the Wizard. I've tried the Spellbright off stream. I only got to like level 4. The Archer, we got to like level 7, then there was like some crafting weird nonsense with it that I just kind of like don't like and put down for now. And then we tried the Druid, and so we stayed on the Druid for a while. But before that, Fighter, Cleric, Elementalist, and Monk I also dabbled in. Fighter, of course, you know, I always like the Fighter, but you only get like 12 abilities because I mean, it suffered from the same issue the Archer did before the revamp, so I mean, it's still in the same state where you only get like 12 abilities, or I mean, you only get to like level 15 and then all of your abilities are met. Everything you'll ever have with that class is met, and so like there's really nothing to look forward to like after like level 15, except for like level 55 on the Fighter. That's gonna change though. I will say the revamped Wizard, I mean, I just don't like it. It just doesn't feel good. I think it's the medding or the meditation part of it. It's okay to like meditate, but like it just feels like I shouldn't have to meditate like after like every 2 or 3 mobs. That's just me. I mean, some other people really like Wizards, you know. They tell me you just kind of have to be patient with it and find a group. And that might not be possible all the time. But I'm going through these mobs fairly quickly. And I'm only like level 2. I understand these are like level 1. Jesus, that is a lot of damage. Like compared to the Druid, yeah, I mean it's a wrecking face. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. Good lord. Now I haven't played the Rogue in earnest before the revamp, so I know a few things have changed. Some people, I did go on the forums, or yeah, the Discord forums, to see what people were saying. A lot of people who played Rogue don't really like it, but you know what? We're kind of a clean slate and we've never played it, so we're kind of just testing it out, see if it's fun. Right now it feels great. But you know, we're only level 2, so... Not having issues with like downtime or anything like that. Right, they're too close for that ability. But I can also pull mobs to myself, which is nice because I have a bunch of throwing knives on me and I should use them. Alright, not bad. I'm really liking the damage. So far, it feels really nice. Especially if you're playing like a druid class. I was calling like the druid the medic. Like, right? It kind of feels like you're a triage. And I think that's the better word for it. Like you treat, like if you have like the Holy Trinity in the group with the tank, the healer, and like the damage, right? And then you add the druid. I mean, you can go to any one of those corners, right, and help out. And that's kind of what it feels like, where it shines really is. It is the jack of all trades, master of none. But it definitely shines when it's actually in that specific role, when everything else is covered, and you can just go bounce around from area to area. You are truly a support class. Anyways, my 2 cents about the druid, and I do like that gameplay, so it is fun playing that. And now that they fix some dots with it, fix some damage items with it, so it's going to be a little bit better. And we will check that out. We probably won't do that this stream because we're kind of taking a break. We're taking a little bit of a vacation from being a healer. Going back to our roots, our Night Harbor human primacy roots. With our superior commerce to the tree people. There's nothing wrong with Wood Elves, but I can make fun of them now. I mean, it's funny because like they're supposed to be like one with nature, but usually like Wood Elves and like Wood Elf lore or generic Wood Elf lore is like they have them being the most like ruthless type of elves versus like the high elves, which are more like, you know, civilized. It's supposed to be. Well, that was cool. That's like half the damage, man. I'm liking the damage. I am really enjoying that. Right, let's go ahead. What's the spiraling at? Let's pull that to us. Ooh, that's a good chunk of damage. Just by throwing. Are we full up? Yeah, we are. We gotta go. We gotta RTB and sell some things. Good news is we'll probably have enough for a pouch. Maybe even 2. Oh, training candle is out. We can go ahead and destroy that. We can't. Well, we can't pick it up because we have something in our hands. So, yeah. I mean, it feels really good for right now. I don't know if that's going to change. Hopefully it won't. Right, things start changing around like past like level 20, from what I understand. As far as like the complexity of the game. Let's see, let's go ahead and try to... So what do we got? Okay, yeah, we got enough for a couple pouches, alright. Let's be super stingy and cook the meat. We're gonna test this out, because I think snake meat doesn't matter if you cook it or not, but let's see if they change that. Oh, I failed. Okay, so I'm not gonna earn anything on that at all. Okay, well, you know what? Say lovey. There we go, we got 1 silver. Alright. Where to? We gotta find a bag merchant. Bag merchant. It's gonna be in the marketplace. Things are definitely a little bit slower trying to get to places. That is a really powerful upside of the druid. I can just cast Speed of the Wild and have fun. Until, you know, we do get mounts in the game, so I mean, it will eventually get better for people who can't cast Speed of the Wild on their characters. But it's just going to take some time. I'm assuming it's probably like in the 30s or 40s you'll be able to buy your like first mount. They're probably like above 20, I would imagine. Where am I going? This is the blacksmith. And I'm really excited because now we get to wear chain, right? We don't have to wear all that leather. Alright, weapons dealer, bag bender. There we go. Good old bag bender. Go ahead and sell that. And we need pouches. Oh, they increased the prices. Inflation nowadays. Can't get past it. We got our 2 pouches. Again, I know I said this when we were leveling up the druid, but I mean, I really like how your inventory equipment is represented on your character, at least with the pouches. The satchels, they need to figure out where to put them, because that would also be cool to be represented on the character. All right, let's see. Let's take on that spiderling. My parry is increasing. Got 10 minutes on my rested bonus. We'll figure out what type of weapon we want to move to other than a dagger. I want a rapier for my rogue. I've never seen one, but I want one. I think I've seen the model in game. I just not in like playing the game, but like a render of it. So they exist somewhere. Maybe in the deep. That's gonna be another thing, Matt. I hope when they release the Deep Elf City, they also do the Inquisitor revamp as well. And that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be real fun. Alrighty. Here we go. We are going to move on to the crypt area soon. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on. Let's see what this Ashura scout is. Okay, it's a Wycon. Think we can take it? I think we can take it. Look at that damage, my goodness. Wow. Nice. We're probably going to be starved of cloth in the beginning. And that's quite okay. There's just a lot of corpses around. Let's check if any of them have been abandoned. Because it's free money. It is free money. Look at that. It's free real estate. I miss old lines. There must be some new players about. What? Oh my goodness. Oh, he just... Who the hell... what is this? Who the hell is this? Let's go ahead and just slash thing. I don't know if you saw that, but man, that's hilarious. I have 188 health now. Oh, man. Can't loot at this time. They did also update like the mining. Okay, all right. So looks like Copper got an update. That wasn't in the patch notes. I know because I read them. Shara body pillow. Sorry, that's a great name. Buffing low levels is always fun. You are absolutely right. It always is. It's always a joy. I mean, like, when you're a cleric, and I think that was a cleric or a paladin, you know, you get that health bonus, and it's wild on how much it buffs your health. It's like, oh, okay, whoa. But on the druid, yeah, I feel like really helpful to people. Especially look like for like people who are like doing corpse runs. Oh, they added a door. I have to knock now. Alright, what about now? There you go, you can have it. They might have updated the vendor prices. Go ahead and sell our loot. It's a fresh rogue. And I've been playing nothing but leather-wearing classes, and I'm kind of excited to finally get a class that wears chainmail. Master Body Pillow says, I'll buff people with 16 mana regen, trank, haste with my 60 enchanter whenever I'm around. You have a level 60 enchanter? Brother. Like, I mean, God bless you, man. Like, that is a lot of time snuck in. I don't know how people do it. I think it's just like, do you group ult? Would you group ult for that? I mean, you're an enchanter, so I'd imagine that you did quite a bit of grouping, and you're probably like highly sought after as well. But yeah, like I had a high level, I think it was like a 32 elementalist that was running around in like shaded dunes buffing people, and I got his like magma shield. And so when I would engage mobs on the archer and things would come up and hit me, like they would just like immediately die. I mean, like, I felt like I could take on yellow mobs when I was like level like 5 or 6. But yeah, man, that is yeah, congrats on the level 60, man. I don't know how you did it. Maybe I'm just like really slow at leveling, and I have like an alt problem. But I never really try to like go all the way to the end of the content in any game. I've been around for a very long time. My actual character, Ashara Illusion, named Ashara Body Pillow, is pretty much the entire. Okay, all right, very cool. So you probably got into the closed beta when it first they first started sending out invites. I mean, like, I have ADHD with characters. Like, I can't stay on a character for too long. I mean, I'll go ahead and go back and revisit it. But I typically don't stick with a character all the way to level 6. Not in, like, these classic MMOs. Because part of the joy is, like, you know, the actual journey. At least for me. I was playing up to 3 years ago during FNF testing. I was also part of the very start closed beta. Yeah, okay. One of the first to be 60. Yeah, I'd imagine, man. That is... It's quite a bit of work. I think when it gets to... I know that they... In like the later levels, I think there's something called like hell levels. I think at like certain points, like when that happens, like tend to go off and like play other characters. So I'm never like in a rush to like get up to that high or get up to level cap. I mean, especially like in this game, like I mean, like the game is obviously like not finished, and you know that since you've been up in the upper tiers, and I usually spend my time in the lower tier areas. So that's like one of the reasons why I'm just like not really rushing to level cap. Let's see what else do I got on my being. Okay, looks like we're good. But yeah, that's really cool, man. And I think that character is going to roll over into the open beta and final release of the game. So I mean, you're going to have that like forever. So it's going to be really cool. You think so? Because I read something differently. Yeah, I thought I heard Sean say something different on his stream. On one of his streams. So I think it's the public playtest characters that are getting deleted. Hmm. Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, brother, like you got to level 60, right? And like, I'm like, how do you actually feel about that, though? I mean, because that's like a lot of time in like one character, right? Just for it to be kind of like erased. I'll have to go back and look at Sean's, what actually Sean said. I don't know how you do it, man. I really don't. Like, and probably because part of it is I have ADHD and I just like I can't stand like doing that. I can't stand getting up that high. Thing is, like, I'll get attached to the characters and I won't want to like have them deleted, and I'll just kind of like get deflated. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously we do need people to get like up that high and like test the content, right? Like, so I mean, it's not like it's not useless or anything, but part of me would be kind of miffed if that's the case, if they're just going to put it in stasis. Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, I mean, you know the struggle. Yeah, I mean, it does suck you in for sure. It just doesn't do it with one character with me. Like, I can spend a couple hours leveling in a group, and then I'm like, okay, I gotta go take a break. I gotta stretch my legs. Go watch some TV or something, take a break, and then I'll come back to it. If I have time, you know. If the wife doesn't come home. Or I gotta do something with her. Probably helps that I've gotten a bunch of popularity and a whole legacy around a walking silly merchant ad. Okay. So do you hang around in like the bank area? Is what I'm gathering. Because I think I've seen you before. I just didn't put a name. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna go back and check on what Sean said because I'm under a totally different impression. Currently sitting in a brand new dungeon. They did release a new dungeon. That is right. Camping a named mob to Encyclopedia of the Drops. Oh, okay. That's cool. So you're updating the wiki? I thought the devs asked like people not to like update the wiki at a certain point. Maybe they changed their minds. Go ahead and get our rested buff. All the guilds have their own internal drop wikis and their discords. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Makes sense. This is definitely an old school MMORPG. There's definitely going to be some knowledge withheld to the general public, I imagine. Although eventually everything will be discovered. Right, we're at 20. We can go ahead and go out, kill some things. I respect people's wishes to hide their drops to their guild, but anything I find I usually make pretty public. Yeah, I mean, that's very, definitely noble. I mean, like, you know, but, I mean, it's part of, like, people are going to do that anyways. Here's the thing. I don't think people should do that in, like, closed beta for testing purposes, but there's always going to be those guilds who want to be, you know, the top dog. They want some type of like gimmick or advertisement, some leg up on the competition, and that's fine. I mean, the devs understand that that's part of the game. But as far as like when we're in closed beta, we're not. I don't have a big emphasis on it. I tend to share as much information as possible. Because something, you know, could be broken. You never know. Alright, we are... I am really enjoying the the damage of the rogue right now is pretty nice. If I didn't miss all the time. You see something. So yeah, what we're just gonna do is we're just gonna grind. We're gonna try to get to level 3, which we should do. We should probably be able to get to level 4 of this stream. Maybe even level 5. Alright. Oh. I gotta stow this somewhere. There we go. Oh. I mean, the damage feels really nice, especially coming off a druid. Oh, cool, we can make some leather scraps, or hide scraps. What is that, spider? Spider is Wycon. Double check on something. I mean, it definitely... Nothing's really jumping out at me as far as like an issue with the rogue. As of right now, obviously we're level 2, but... It feels like any other class. Damage rise, like it feels kind of relative to the archer. Maybe even the Spellblade. You know, usually I can never find these guys, and then all of a sudden, like when I'm like not looking for them, they like appear. Isn't that like always the case? The damage is really nice. It is very, very, very nice. I know in fact though I'm not gonna start in Night Harbor for EA. Yeah, probably not a good idea. Well, I mean, there's gonna be multiple servers for early access, I imagine. I mean, it's definitely going to be crowded, but we're also going to have like multiple servers, so you know, not be too bad. You guys carrying it like a baseball bat. But yeah, I like Evershade a little bit better than Night Harbor. Not as many people there. You get more money there. But you know what? Night Harbor reminds me of Freeport, and that's why I'm here. Ooh. Put that in Shifty's back? No. What about this? Go. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of health. That's right. It is, it feels like, I think there's just more humanoid mobs around that drop coin. And some things are just like worth more. Although I think Wormsbane kind of makes up for that. You can't make a lot of money in that place. I think there's, yeah, I think it's some of it's just the drops, especially for, like, from the Drakelings. I think Phelan Drill is also like really is easier to get around. I mean, it's kind of like a maze a little bit, but it's not that bad once you learn it. Okay, so yeah, Sean and the team of indicated characters from the closed beta will carry over into early access. Okay, so I wasn't tripping. Whether or not they actually do it, though. Different question. Right now, they just indicated that they would do it. So you might be able to keep your level 16 Channer. Might. It's a fire beetle. Oh. Well, we got enough health. Why not? That's a lot of health for like a level 2. 88. Good lord. The other class I want to play, man, is Cleric. Cleric is such a... It's one of those classes that I really want to play. One of the reasons why I'm playing Rogue over the Beastmaster is because when I was playing EverQuest, I mean, this was like one of the first characters... this was one of my first alts. I crafted like an entire suit of armor from like my paladin. And then I found out that you can apply like poisons to the blade, and I was like, and I made it like a rapier for the guy too, and I was like, oh, this is like really cool. And I only played until like level 10, but yeah, the Rogue has a very special place in my heart. Plus, I play it in D&D. We're getting a rested buff, and we're gonna mend our wounds a little bit with rest. How you guys doing? Let's see who's in chat. I just learned about this features where I can see people in chat, because I was like, I don't think I can see anybody in chat, so I don't know who's there. Vidrick, I see you. probably scared the guy. And one of the other things, like when I'm at this level and I'm a different character, I'm probably never going to be like asking for Speed of the Wild. I just think it's like, I mean, this is what I think. If you're going to ask for Speed of the Wild, maybe you should offer a tip as well, you know? 9 times out of 10, the druids are not going to accept the tip. I don't. Like, people have tried to tip me where I've just randomly like walked up to them and buffed them. And given food to people, you know, that are out of rations and all the way out in the bouillons. That always kind of feels like nice. And plus it creates like really organic social interactions, right? Where you can start talking to people. I remember running into I found the, in Wormsbane, there's this secret passage behind like an illusionary wall, right? To the ancient crypts. And so I found that, I walked in there, I didn't think anybody was going to be there. Turns out there was an archer there. And he was kind of struggling. He didn't have any rations on him, so he had to resort to binding his wounds to get his health back up while I was grinding down mobs. And so, you know, I struck up a conversation with him and obviously kept him healed, and then I like gave him some summon food. So reactions like that, I actually enjoy. I actually think that's a wonderful thing. We're almost level 3, guys. Wonder if I can take on that yellow con with this health pool. Let's find out. mean, not bad. Hey, ding. Alright, time to go sell some things. Remember in EverQuest that my high school friend would pay people to buff me, and we would go over to like higher level areas, and he would help me like grind down like mobs. And I would like just start flying through the lower levels. Okay, someone else has that. Alright, we're gonna go back to our trainer and we're gonna buy another skill. Oh, nice. That was 51 copper. That's cool. Alright, we can go ahead. We're not going to sell that. I mean, we can sell that. That's fine. Alright, let's see. Let's take a look at our inventory. We can have another pouch. For sure. For sure, another pouch, because that is going to be our main priority. What about, we don't have enough for a satchel or a backpack, so we'll leave that as is. Oh yeah, I got there we go. Got some boots. Left myself some boots, I forgot about that. Now I don't feel so poor. I'm not hearing any footsteps sounds, but I usually would, right? And kind of make those sand, like we're walking in sand everywhere. Yeah, I don't hear it. Okay, weird. It's also, I mean, I feel like it's a bit more painful to travel. Just a little bit. So I do miss my druid on that level, but the damage is, it's great. It's magnifique. We're about to get our new ability score, or ability spell. And we're going to have... We're going to take a look at the rest of them. Because again, I don't know a whole bunch about the rogue in this game. But it seems like it's capable of an awful lot of things. I think it should be solo viable. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be. We got chainmail. We have a chainmail wearing class who has parry and dodge, so you're gonna have higher AC. You're doing a fuck ton of damage. But we'll see. We'll see if it has any weaknesses. They may not be obvious at this time. Oh, Eliminators Guild, okay. This is where we need to go. We got our parry, safe fall, level 10, dual wield, that's gonna be fun. Double attack at level 15, that's also gonna be really fun. Nope. He's over here. Alrighty. Okay, so we got sprint. The next one is jab. What does jab do? Swiftly jab your target, interrupting their casting and preventing them from casting spells. Very cool. So it's like kick. Instead, we just kind of do something else, and then we don't get another ability until level 5. Sprint. Breaking into a blinding sprint, increasing your movement speed by 75 for 10 seconds. This ability does not break stealth. Very cool. What's the cooldown though? Can I continually sprint? That would be dope. Alright, we got jab. We'll put jab on there. And interrupts are definitely very useful. I see a lot of people like not riding their mounts, and I wonder why if it's just not animated properly. Here we are in Westgate again. Let's take a look. Oh, we can take on that fire beetle. Does jab do any damage? Does jab do any damage? Try that again. You jab the fire beetle. So no, yeah, so it works like very much like the kit doesn't do any damage. Like, I don't agree with that. I think it should do some damage, right? You still are doing physical stuff to the mob. Man, anyways, going back to another conversation, like, getting like a level 60 in this game, I mean, it's just insane. To me, it is. I'm like, I mean, I don't know. We obviously need people to go up that far, but I mean, I couldn't even imagine, like, just the hours spent doing that. Because don't you guys get fatigued with the game? At a certain point, like a couple hours grinding in one spot, I'm just like, I'm done. Like, I don't know, like, how people do. I mean, obviously, you know, if you have ADHD like myself, you can be sucked in easily into the game. But yeah, getting to level 60, I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. Eventually I will, like, you know, when the game launches, but I am not in a rush to do that. Oh, so in the new update, they did, when I was trying to get the Wormsbane faction to do the Wormsbane quest, they disabled the quest. So we no longer need to worry about that. Alright, so we're not going to go back to our class trainer until level 5. Alright, let's go ahead and throw something at this guy. Oh wow, it took away half his health. That's dope. Whoa. Let's try the bat. Throw something at the bat. Well, that's pretty cool. I think these are level 2 and we are level 3, so we should be able to get some really good XP out of the spiderlings. And once we get our inventory sorted, we'll take a look at getting a new weapon. You know, he's got a lot of respect for people who do the grind all the way up to 60. A lot of time and a lot of effort. I don't know how people do it. I mean, maybe they're... Of course, I'm married, right? And I got, like, other projects I'm doing in my life. So I'm not going to have, like, a whole lot of time. And then if I'm dividing that between other characters, you know, it's going to take me longer to get to 60 than other people. But, man, some people just... That was, like, one thing, like, when I was growing up. I was, like, playing Star Wars Galaxies. And people would just, like... In order to get to be a Jedi, you had to, like, get these holocrons, and these holocrons would kind of give you, like, these vague references to try certain professions. And people would just grind up through these, like, these professions, like, really quickly, and it would take me a long time, and I couldn't figure out how people were doing it. Checkmate. It's like back in EQ1 days. Hardcore guilds required crazy amounts of time. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's just I got a lot of respect for that, but it's at the same time, it's like, I kind of question like, like what do you like? I guess it's like I don't want to like I'm afraid like if I ask the question, it might be demeaning. Like it's like obviously like like we're all pushing 40, right? The guys that played EverQuest or we're above that. We have commitments, right? We got family commitments, and so it's not, and it's entirely possible that people are just like single out there and just have no time and no life, and they can do that. Not that they don't have a life, it's just like they can spend more time on the things that they really enjoy. So yeah, we're gonna run into a whole cast of characters out here. And that's part of the joy, right? We're gonna find people who we agree with and who we disagree with. But for the most part, all the people that I have interacted with on stream and in the game mostly have been positive. There are some times when I think people have been born in a barn, but that could just be me being like an a-hole. And that's kind of part for the course for me, right? Like I'm a little bit of an a-hole sometimes. Right, I'm a retired infantryman. I've just seen a lot. Checkmate says, which is kind of amazing. It's a very positive environment, at least in game, and on the streaming platform, and with the other streamers who have interacted with me, like Slayheim, Kilraneth, I think his name is. So there's been very positive interactions between all of us, which you don't usually get. The only time when I haven't had a positive interaction was in the Discord, and now I think the devs have cracked down on that. Which is a good thing, and I've said this before. Like, I have my strong opinions about the corpse runs, and I will defend it and tell people to get good. Like, stop complaining and just play the game. This is part of the game. This is part of the risk and reward system of it. That's what gives you the adrenaline boost, right? Like when you make a mistake and it's like, oh fuck, am I gonna make it out of this? But the changes that people want to make are gonna make it like any other generic MMO. Why are we doing that? Why do we want to do that? We already know where that's gonna lead to. My lovely wife joins us back in channel. Agata, how you doing? I did not clean the house before the stream. I will do that later, I promise, babe. Bored? Yeah. The patient, I'd imagine is asleep, right? We're just kind of sitting there watching TV. Oh, okay, we're not able to do anything with that jackal meat. What about the bat meat? And what I love about this game is that they do kind of have these hidden recipes where you kind of have to learn things from the player base. So like, you don't see this, like, right? You don't. It's like you have all these other things on here, but you don't have just the regular plain old cooked bat meat. And I know if you've been on the stream, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but people watch the VODs and haven't seen this before. Just bear with me. We'll talk about the mind-body problem, I promise. We'll do something a bit more interesting. don't know, have I talked about the mind-body problem in philosophy? Because I think about it a lot. You don't recall. Okay. How would I start this conversation? I don't know. Do you remember YouTube, like in the early 2010s? And there was this like militant atheist movement, and there's this guy named The Amazing Atheist, and he caught like a lot of flack for asking this question. And the question is whether or not, or what is a soul, right? And so like a lot of people got upset with him over that. Now with time and wisdom, we're able to answer that a little bit more eloquently. And that as well, I mean, the soul would be probably your consciousness, right? The thing that is listening to me and understanding my words and putting together a structured argument, everything that makes you is your consciousness, right? But that really doesn't get us any closer to what consciousness is. And we've been dealing with this question for a very long time, at least since Descartes. Descartes, I don't know if you ever heard this, cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. He's the guy that came up with that. Right? Nobody in this world can convince you that you don't exist. Yes. Okay. So we've been dealing with that since him. And right now, I mean, we've been under this, I wouldn't say we've been under this, but like, I mean, we put a lot of faith and trust in science, and which we should, right? I mean, that's something that I'm definitely like a man of science. I definitely like that. But there are some things about the materials worldview that have some shortcomings. They just practically do. So through all of our wisdom, through all of our science, as far as we can tell, consciousness is an emergent property of the brain's synapses firing. Now, that's fine for like the general consensus of science, and there's some very loose ends to that. They will recognize that. But to philosophy majors like myself, we're not entirely satisfied by that. And so our response is like, okay, that's great and all, but like, how does emergent consciousness explain this conversation that we're having? Right? How do you get logical, sustained thought through emergence? Like it's hard. That's the question we've been stuck on for like the last 20 years. Until recently. And now this has to do with like panpsychism and dualism. When we're going back to Descartes, Descartes was a dualist and a Calvinist, but that's besides the point. Who did that? Someone did that. Thank you very much, sir. So let's see. Do I know this person? I don't, but I am very appreciative of this one. So where was I? I was like, okay, so the last 20 years we've been kind of stuck at this wall of like, okay, how does consciousness arise from emergence, and how does emergence explain logical thought? Well, I mean, right now it just doesn't. Right? There's nothing that we can do to figure it out. It's like we have the consciousness and the brain are kind of like a black box. We can get closer with Kripke. What Kripke kind of took and what his thing is that he took whatever was true with the materialist view, which is like, the brain is required for our conscious experience, and then the dualist view of like, okay, well, the actual thought itself is actually immaterial. So the synapses might be real, but the thought itself that it produces is immaterial. Right? So if you think of like a pizza, right, that thought of the pizza, how it looks, how it smells, how it tastes, all that is not part of the material world. And that's as far as we've gotten. Until recently, where we kind of challenged the notion of like, okay, well, what if consciousness is a part of the fabric of nature? What would that make the brain? What if the brain does not generate consciousness? What would that make the brain? Well, it would make it like a radio receiver or filter of consciousness. And so that has a whole host of implications. And plus, if anything a radio receiver can do right now can be swapped into an argument for a generative conscious experience from the brain, the materials view, and make complete sense. And because we can't, neither of these can be tested. That's the thing. They're both a black box. I'm so glad you've asked that. Because we can only go so far with materials view of like, hey, you know what, consciousness is, an emergent property, and then that's about it. And so really nobody in the actual field of philosophy, nobody actually has an answer to it. That's the actual thing. But because we can't tell what consciousness is, and we can't go any further with the materials view, we kind of have to pursue the other alternative explanation. Now, some people can say, like, okay, well, we can apply Occam's razor and we can do the least complex thing that makes the most amount of sense. But the question is, I mean, as far as Occam's razor goes, I mean, it's a fairly brittle one. Because what you're essentially saying is that that nature created a computer that created like some sort of like generative like AI, versus the other argument where you have a radio receiver and you're just kind of in this field of consciousness. I mean, it appears we don't even have self-agency. Whatever. I mean, those arguments are silly. I look at those arguments. I mean, not like people who get like really wrapped up in those things aren't stupid or anything like that. But I just like look at it. Some things in philosophy, you just gotta look at them and be like, all right, this is dog water. I gotta move on with my life. Right? Does it really matter? It's day to day whether or not you have actual agency. And if we're talking about like the grand scheme of things and whether or not what fate is, I mean, you know, you're still gonna go to bed, brush your teeth, you're still gonna do everything, and you're just gonna move on with your life. Like, right? Does it really matter? But like the state of actually knowing what we're here for is kind of a bit more impactful to me. I guess you can ask the same thing for anything and can't be tested, but does it matter? I mean, it matters. It depends on the person, right? So what I was saying is like, yeah, so we kind of flip we're challenging the notion of like whether or not the brain is a generator of consciousness versus a radio receiver, and so the thing about it is that you can't really disprove this, and you can't test either one because both of them are kind of a black box, right? And in the field of philosophy, there's nothing I can do, there's no argument that I can make that can prove you, checkmate, are a conscious being. However, I know that you are. So, those are the things I think about. It's a very interesting topic, and so I mean, like, it's like, okay, so what are we really saying when we have like, because if we take the topic further, well, I mean, if the brain is like a radio receiver, what happens to radio when you destroy the actual radio? Does the signal go away? I mean, if this is analogous to the brain, right? Then my answer would be, well, probably not, right? The signal is still out there. So now we have an actual logical argument for dualism. Again. Right, and then your big thing is like, how do we test that? I'm like, well, I'm not sure we can test it, but I think we can find certain things in the world that might provide some clues to it being somewhat valid and rational. I mean, but these go off into like some very, very fringe ideas. Because this is how I would explain it. Is that okay? Well, if the logical thing is okay, if we destroy the equipment, otherwise the brain, then and it's analogous to like a filter or radio receiver, then the signal would be out there somewhere. So what would we see in order to like prove this? Well, and my answer would be we would probably see rogue signals. Non-physical consciousness. And boy, isn't it a little strange that since like ancient Mesopotamia that every ancient civilization has had some sort of ghost story? A bit weird, right? Well, we certainly exist, right? You think, therefore you are. Right? If we were the receivers, like if our physical bodies are just receivers, do our physical bodies have agency? Probably not. But our consciousness does. We can make self-choices. We can affect fate in certain ways. So I would say we do have some agency. Maybe our body, our physical body doesn't, right? It might just be, well, I mean, it depends on whether or not you think, simulation theory is actually possible. And that depends on whether or not you think math is a physical property of this universe. So asking whether or not if math is real is kind of a bit more of a deeper question, right? Oh, can I take this guy on? Well, I'm right by the zone wall. No, I don't. Oh, I don't have my buff on, so let's skedaddle. So yeah, I mean, like, you gotta understand, like, if we are the receivers, then there's gonna be some level of like dualism, right? The mind is gonna be separate from the body. Yeah, and I would just say, like, yeah, I mean, in a certain way, I guess you might be right. We might not be, let's see. We might not have self-agency in a physical sense, right? Just like, I don't know if you ever heard of the Andromeda paradox. And so, like, when I teach kids about, like, because sometimes the kids I tutor get a little antsy, and so I teach them about time and what time is and what our perception of it. A while back, right? So like if we look at, like, if you and I were to look at like the Andromeda galaxy, right, and we're able to see things in fine detail, planets and suns and solar systems, everything like that, everything you can possibly want in an observation. If you were to like run by me, you would see things in the future. So what does that mean? Well, that means there is no now. And that kind of makes sense, right? Everything we see is like kind of like in the past, just like by a fraction of a second, but our minds perceive it as the present, right? And so since there is no now, the present doesn't actually exist in the physical sense, right? So the present, at least from our perspective, is just subjective. And that kind of makes sense. When you were a kid, you know, summers seem to last forever, right? Or when you're doing, let's say you're at the DMV versus playing this game for like 8 hours, right? Which 8 hours is going to go faster? So your perception of time is going to be subjective. And so I tell the kids, like, you know, your hour that you spend with me is going a lot slower than the hour I'm spending with you. And part of it is our experience with time. But anyways, these are actual arguments in that, like, the high level philosophical level that I am not an expert in, nor am I going to pretend otherwise. But I'm certainly going to be pursuing a doctorate in philosophy. Anyways, let's play Monsters of Memories, guys. Should I cook this rat meat? So when people like it's funny, like, so I explained that entire thing. So if you take a step back and you take and you look at everything I just explained to you, I typically tell that story when people ask me about politics, and then I ask them this question: given everything I told you, brother, I got bigger things to worry about. And I always get a laugh out of that. Anyways, Monsters Memory, great game. Let's see, who do we have in chat? Is my wife still here? Bacon, welcome to the chat, brother. My wife is still here. I don't know why you're not showing up. How you doing, brother? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. She's not asking that of you. She's asking that of me, and that is my wife. What do I want? I just you know, just wondering, you know, if you're here and you're okay. You sound aggressive. I'm just kidding. And she says I am. Typical. But the yeah, so we're just sitting on, we're obviously doing the rogue. We got to level, what, 18 on 17 or 18 on the druid. We put that down for now to test out the new revamped rogue. Now, a lot of people have been complaining about this class before the revamp. Didn't really play it before it, so I know some popular things went away, just like with the druid. Like, we lost our bear pet, which is unfortunate because I kind of wanted that. A little bit. I still do. I hope they bring that back. But as far as damage, I mean, it feels good to play. Like, and that's the main thing. Like, right? Like, I'm not necessarily. I do play DPS from time to time. I'm usually like I'm the main tank. And so for coming from like an outside perspective, like I did with the druid, mechanically wise, I mean, it's a fun class. And I do play this class in Dungeons and Dragons, so I do have some level of affinity towards it. Let's see who else is in chat. Okay. I just found that feature, so I'm like trying to use it. What? Well, we can go check right now. I'm not gonna get another level or another abilities until level 5. So we're gonna be. We got a ways to go. I do have my LFG on. If anybody has a group out there, I'd love to join. Get some XP. We can go check right now. That wonderful druid gave me Speed of the Wild. It's very nice. I try to cast Speed of the Wild on anybody I see. They don't have it. Go check backstab. Backstab sounds like it's gonna be probably in the teens somewhere. Or maybe like at level 8. At level 8 seems to be like a really big level for a lot of classes. So we'll see. We'll find out. Who's that? Fundo. Is that a Beastmaster? Okay, Rogue Instructor. Alright. So we get Sprint at level 5, right? We don't have anything at level 4. Slice level 1. Uppercut level 7. Level 8 Sap. Poison Desensitization. Stab. Vial of Smoke. Pickpocket. Blinding Powder, Distract, Slice 2, Twin Blades 1, Nimble Evasion, Stab 3, Escape Artist, Deadly Throw at level 25, Twin Blades at level 28, Gambit, Rain of Steel, Slice, Fury of the Assassin, maybe it is just Stab. Let's see. When behind the target, it becomes backstab. So you're right. So positioning, I'm just like playing it like a tank, where I just run up and I just punch things in the face. I really gotta stop doing that. So I'm not even playing it correctly, but I mean, even if I'm not playing it correctly, it seems to have some really good. Okay, I can sell that there. That's cool. Oh, okay, cool. Poisons. Poisons. Ah, poison make a kit. We're gonna buy that. Of course we are. Dulling poison. Oh, it's freaking 10 silver. Are you kidding me? I saw that and I was like super excited. I was like, oh yes, we're gonna do. Oh, dang it. You had me in the first half. I think they're all. Oh, okay. Snaring poison. All right. 1 silver. We can afford that. We'll buy that for $1. Weakening poison, 6 silver. Okay. All right. Okay. Snaring poison. And then we got our agents here that they talked about in the update. If you'll excuse me, I gotta talk to my wife here. She is texting me. Oh, that's a good idea, yes. My wife is reminding me that I am going on vacation from the 8th to the 13th, so I will not be streaming. If you're just joining us in chat, welcome. If you're coming back in, welcome back. Oh, the 6, starting on the 6, okay. All right. All right. I can't use that. Why not? Oh, it requires level 4, so we do get something at level 4. It's just not any ability, it's just to make poisons. Okay, cool. Poison make and get, we'll go ahead and open that. What's this? A venom gland, okay. What does this do? Okay, so we'll put that in the bank. Oh, I got 4 claw scraps. Okay. Well, if that's the case, is there a weaving thing over here somewhere? There is. Okay, cool. Alright, I could make cloth padding. I don't need to make cloth padding. I do, however, need to make. We got some cloth scraps. Tattered cloth tunic, so we'll go ahead and I think it's gonna take 2, right? 2. It was definitely 2. Oh wow. And so they updated the that's cool. Definitely looks different. That's dope. And what else do I got? I got tattered cloth bracer. Alright, that's the bracer, that's how it looks, right? Alright, let's see. I like little details like that in the game. Alright, so yeah, so it does change its color. That's cool. Yeah, it's not as tattered anymore. It's all patched up. We'll sell that later. There's a point for me doing that. And then we'll put the... Can I use this? I can't. Okay. I'll sell that. Can't use a sickle. But I can certainly sell it. They have to have rapiers in the game. Can I use a longsword? I can use a longsword. What about a short sword? What do you think? Probably a short sword would probably be better. I'm not really a dagger man myself, but I think a copper short sword should be perfectly fine. What is the 3? Okay, well we can go ahead and do this. We got enough. We'll buy that. There we go. Thank you, babe. She's got a long shift today. Miss you too. All right. Oh, yeah, I meant to not do that. That's okay. Right, stab. Let's read the stab again. Behind the target becomes backstab. Surprise your target with bugs or sleep bags while you are concealed in stealth. Okay. Awesome. Very cool. Alright, we're gonna try this. Should I do this? No, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. It's just too slow. I'm going to backstab this guy. Oh, what the hell? You cannot use this ability with the equipped weapon. What? Wait a minute. Okay, that's kind of stupid. Am I really relegated to daggers to play this class? Come on, guys. That's dumb. That is really dumb. It's so stupid. That is so stupid. Can't even do a frontal attack with it. That's, yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we get slice, so I mean, imagine that we can do that with a different weapon. So we'll see. I mean, that seems to be a very, very big detractor. Unless, you know, other abilities allow for long blades to be used. But if I'm like... Because it doesn't really make much sense, right? If you can use a sword as a rogue, right? And all my abilities just use daggers, then why don't you just like restrict me to daggers? Like, a bit weird. So I think we do get like different things, but right now we kind of have to bite the bullet on that one because oh, I have shared money. Yeah, I mean, or D&D, right? D&D, you get to use rapiers with the rogue. There's a proficiency for it, so I imagine. I mean, okay, so like I think we saw slice, right? Slice is there, on there, and I think it's a bleed spell, but it's not a backstab. Backstab is definitely different. So I mean, if they're setting this up, and again, we're only at level 3, right? You have two play styles. You right? You got your long blade play style where you can just like use the slash, or use the backstab. That would be okay. I'd be okay with that. I just don't want to be like shoeboxed into like just one weapon type. I think that's ridiculously dumb. Unless that's a very specific positional thing. Then I think that's okay. Then that stab makes sense. So I kind of jumped the gun on that one, guys. Sorry. We'll try to get a dagger. I mean, I can log on to a different character and just give myself money. Who's this? Okay. What do we got? I got low quality jack belt. Okay. We'll sell some of that, or we'll make some of the. We'll go to the tanning and we'll make some of the tanning stuff. Yeah, maybe you can be okay. Yeah, we already read that. I mean, it would be nice, right? Like a rogue is a very like broad aspect, like Zoro, right? Zoro would be a rogue. Or like the classic rogue archetype. Batman, to some extent. I mean, but these are all kind of like based off of like D&D. Oh, dope! Got it on the first try. That usually doesn't happen. Oh, yep. Okay. Let's see if I can. Let's see who's in chat first. Okay, pretty much same people that I know of. Let me log on Idarin. Get myself some money and correct my mistake. Buy like a copper dagger or whatever. Yeah. The usual suspects. Yeah, that is really cool. So they did kind of update that. Oh, that's my undershirt. That's dope. Okay. Alright, Idarin. I would, yeah, man, I would really love to be a swashbuckler type of rogue. Hey. And I know that they did update the druid again. We got some really good updates. Let's take a look here, see if we... Winter's Chill, let's see, they changed Winter's Chill a little bit. Okay, freeze your target with Winter's Chill, 17 to 30 damage, cold damage, increasing their movement speed by 25 for 3 seconds. Alright. About Summer's Warmth, this should be... Mana cost 28. Triggers spell global cooldown. Right, mana cost. So this one and Spark of Earth were like virtually the same. So okay, so they changed. They nerfed Spark of Earth. Okay, like whatever. Because I think that used to be 40 health and like 20 mana. And then they made this. This is what it's supposed to be. Winter's Chill. I don't remember what exactly it did. Right, so that was 30. When did we get that? We got that at was it level 8? Yeah, it was a level 8 spell. Then Blast of Sleep, which was a level 4. Okay, yeah, we were 10 cold damage. Alright, so that's actually the more powerful spell then. Okay, alright, cool. Alright, so that's something we gotta look forward to for the Druid. So good things have come to the Druid. Again, mechanically wise, very fun class. There you go, pal. Alright. What else can I give my compatriot? Probably give him some armor. Some chest armor, that should be fine. Nah, we should keep this. Oh, I'm gonna missed this class. I got spoiled. Wait a minute, can I... Let's see the buckler. Worn buckler. Buckler... Rogues can wear bucklers. Interesting. If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. Going on, Ethan? Red gasps and snaps. Welcome to chat. Glad to have you here. I wonder what people leave on the ground. Bone chips? How many bone chips was that? Just one? 8 bone chips? I'll take that. Now my bone chips. I'll take 14. I didn't take it though. That's the thing. I put it in my bank. Not my wallet. I needed my wallet. Alright, let's go buy a dagger. I am a little bit excited to go back to the druid. We're not going to be dropping this class anytime soon though, but I mean, I got some things to look forward to. It's over here. It is dagger time. What was that? Looking at bronze dagger, that's a bit too expensive for my taste right now. We just need a copper dagger. That's all we need. Put the sword, short sword back for a later date. The Wolfsta. How you doing, pal? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. First time seeing the game? Or are you a OG of the playtests? Let's go turn those bone chips into the paladins. Jesus Christ, those ogres are freaking huge. Is there like a shrink spell I can get to like... The Wolfsta, I play a little of the open beta, had a lot of fun. Okay, cool. Got to Beastmaster, so you played recently this year? So you haven't been with us very long. Well, welcome to the game. Glad to have you here. Beastmaster is a very interesting class. It's one of the classes that got revamped this update. We will be taking a look at that class after we take a look at our rogue friend here. About a month ago, okay. Alright, yeah, and then you put yourself in the lottery, because every Friday they give out beta keys. Like 1,000 of them. So we're gonna go in stealth. See that Dune Scarab? I'm gonna stab him. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I was surprised that I got in. I didn't think I was gonna get it until early access. I mean, I was kind of fine with that because I was gonna just stream Stationeers, which is like an aerospace game. Ooh, look at that. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right. One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1,000. Right, we have to be in like 3 seconds. Okay. That is quite a lot of damage. Oh, wow. Yeah, dagger is definitely no joke. It's its abilities, right? It's kind of like the assassination weapon. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright. I mean, so far we've just been kind of running up and playing like a tank, and it's not really the efficient way to play the road. Alright, we can go into... That was gonna be my kill. Its HP. That is really cool. And I think this is a level below me, right? No, it's actually even. Wow. It's even white con. I took half his XP, or half his HP. That is definitely something. See what the rattlesnake is. I'm not gonna tempt fate. Yeah, for a white con, I mean, yeah, that is quite an enormous amount of damage. Check who's in chat. Miss Lippy, welcome back. Can't see everybody in chat, but some people come up. All right. Boom. He's dead. That's nice. I like that. Although I would wish it would like work with other weapons, devs. Intent. But I get it. I get why you would do that. Just deleted. And that is pretty satisfying, though. I will say that. Very satisfying. All right, fire beetle. This fire beetle looked at me cross-eyed. Ooh, look at that. Like, freaking God. probably not going to stay like that forever, but god damn. The Curious Jackal. Alright, I think we should tempt fate on this one. Unless somebody else gets the Curious Jackal before us. What do you think, guys? Alright, not as smooth. I mean, quarter of the health for a yellow con, right? That's kind of... It's pretty good. I mean, as far as the DPS race goes, I am winning. For now. Maybe not. I mean, yeah. I mean, I just took on a yellow con. Dang. That's huge. Let's take a look at our... Do we have any cloth bandages? We do. Okay, we'll do it. Great. Oh, I failed. Okay, that's fine. Expected. Holy cow, that was definitely unexpected too. Let's see, what's the dune speed all at? Okay, white con. Okay. Let's see, 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. Okay. I think I'm just getting lucky on those rolls. There we go. I mean, still, that's pretty good, though. Let's go ahead and top off our arrested bonus, and we'll head back out. We'll vendor some of our items. We're halfway through level 3. Yeah, I mean, it can be definitely, the rogue can definitely be very powerful, the way it's intended to be played. So the good thing about this is that, at least for now, and like one of the criticisms that I had of this game was like, you know, and this is before the class revamp, right? And I just played Alderan Online where they had, when you logged in there at like level 1, you kind of like knew the class identity. So as far as like class identity goes, like having it in the earlier stages of the development of leveling and stuff like that, I mean, they've done a really good job with the rogue. So I'm starting to like get it, like, okay. Well, we can do that if we want to, but I think I want to do the beetle quest. I don't need to do that. Come on. Don't I have anything to cook? I had something to cook, right? Maybe not. Cook, what can I sell to you? This? I'll keep these. tooth. We gotta get rid of these. Well, we don't really. We can just put them in the shared bank. So I can give it to Indra and he can go back to, that's why it's important to have a druid on your account, right? So that's really a really nice feature with the shared stuff. Because now you can be strategic with certain characters. We'll go ahead and put the scraps in there for Idrin. Alright, boys. Why don't I come over here? Oh yes, beetle guy. Beetle dude. We're not going to be getting any like actual armor from him just yet. What we will do is we will expand our inventory space. That's right, I think it just takes 2. Get those bulls. Beetle parts in here. Do we have any more beetle stuff? Move that over here. Move that over here. Organize this a little bit better. There we go. I don't think I have. We can put this in the bank for ourselves because I got enough money on me to buy a backpack and some satchels. Well, I think like in EverQuest 1, yeah, I mean, I remember creating a rapier for my rogue in EverQuest 1. God, there's so many people. So many people here. We'll go ahead and just put this over here. Anything else I can put in? Probably this. Don't need that for now. I just need. I think we wait till like level 8 before we start doing the class. We don't really need it. Bad guy is over here. The bad guy, not the bad guy. Bad guy. Alright, what do we got? We got... We can buy a backpack. We can buy a satchel. Oh. Did I buy the raw saddle? I did. Oops. I probably could have saved that, but like, you know, just whatever. We'll pretend that didn't happen. No, it was only 2 silver, so I didn't waste too much. There we go. Alright, we're doing pretty good. We got a tiny dagger. Who's gonna be my first victim? I think I gotta go hunt beetles. Where's that jackal pup? 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. I think we're good. Oh. There we go. Do a couple circles. Make sure that we're getting that buff. Alright, fire beetle. Oh. Oh, I didn't get lucky on the rolls. Still a lot. Oh, look how fast that is. That is a white. Oh no, it's a yellow con. A blue con. We were fighting white cons. And they were going down pretty quickly. We will head to Shaded Dunes and see what we can find there. Maybe we can get a little bit more action. This is getting a little bit too crowded for my liking. It feels good to be back in Night Harbor. You know, it feels like Freeport. It feels like home. Step. Let's see, what's that? That's actually pretty nice. I mean, it feels nice to just destroy things. Like I don't get that sense. Like the only other class that I get that like satisfying just deleting mobs is the archer. Look at that. That's a lot. I think this is just a level below me. Jackal pup. A rotting skeleton. What's this? Oops. He changed course on us, okay. Oh no, Jackal. Alright, so it's a yellow con. Let's go ahead and yeah, let's reset the encounter. I don't know. I don't want to risk it. Gotten too cocky on the stream in the past, and there's just been some sadness, some pain. I don't feel like repeating. Let's take a look who's in chat. Dragon USMC. How you doing, pal? Assuming you're a former Marine. I don't know. I mean, like other people I see with those names like are aspiring to join the military. Uncle Sam's misguided children. I served in Southwest Baghdad in 06. I was the United States Army Infantry 11 Bravo. And we got up to some insane shenanigans out there. Right now we're on a rogue and we're just kind of testing it out. We were testing out the druid for quite a while. We got to, what was it, level 17? Very fun class, very mechanically wise, it's a fun class. I can certainly see the appeal of the rogue. I mean, as far as like, so I don't typically main these type of characters. Like, I'll play them once in a while, but if I'm gonna really like sink my teeth into it, I'm gonna be looking at the mechanics of the class. And so far, I mean, at least with this class and the druid, and somewhat the archer, I mean, they're all pretty much fun to play. The archer being the notable exception, because it's got some weird stuff with the crafting. But I hope you are interested in the game. And oh, you served from 88 to 92, various places. However, when I was in fleet, I was assigned to weapon platoon instead of weapon company. That's a sad time and a lot of walking. It's always a lot of walking. I was a 240 gunner for some time, and you know, carrying 7.62. Like, what was it? I was carrying like 200 rounds of 7.62. I was the AG assistant gunner, and I was carrying 400 rounds of 7.62, and that's really, really heavy. And my fear was that we were going to run out of ammo, so I just hauled as much ammo as I possibly could. When we were doing like a patrol, but man, that was kind of like a whole level of suck that I didn't really like. And then I got the 240. And this is how I got the 240. Because I'm the only one in my platoon that followed orders and qualified with the 240, and everybody else purposely missed their shots. I was the dumb one. Yeah, exactly. Shitting out more items out of the pack for ammo. 7.62 gets really heavy really quickly. I don't think people really appreciate that. I mean, the guy barely scratched me. We're just doing so much damage. Was attached to amphibious, lots of zodiac items and extra swimming. Yeah, the Marines went through a lot of changes, like in that time period, from like the 90s and the early 2000s, and now they're back to kind of like doing what you're describing, because you guys were really specifically more of a raiding force than a sustained army unit, right? You guys should never like really have tanks. Is kind of like based off of your description, right? You should never have like Bradleys, or not Bradleys, but Abrams. I mean, that's still a lot of damage, even if you're not in stealth. Well, I know what the shellback card is. The thing is, the army doesn't have that tradition. I've talked to plenty of Navy men who've told me about it, but the army doesn't do that. We do other things like qualify. And I don't know if you ever qualified. That is where you hang upside down on a tree for as long as possible. You basically bear hug the tree upside down and just see how long you can stand it. There's like a little bit of hazing in the army. And it really depends on the unit and what the tradition is of the unit. I mean, the army is kind of like very much into it's like it is until you pass out and hit your head on the pavement. Oh man. But yeah, the army as far as like unit go, they're very like almost like a knightly order. It's how they kind of like act. Yeah, well, we have medics. I think the corpsmen are trained at a different level. I think they're trained. They have not that the army medics are bad or anything. It's just like you have a different level of technical training. And I forgot what it was. All right, so this is a Wycon. Yeah, but corpsmen they're not Marines, they're Navy, right? Not technically Marines, right? Correct. We adopt them and fix our boobs and replace our IVs so we can keep drinking. Yeah. There's some similarities with that with the army, where there's guys all night bender right before a PT test. And if you don't know what I'm talking about with the PT test, right? That's a physical training test, right? We gotta make sure that we're like physically able to carry out our jobs. And so you're dealing with a bunch of teenagers and young 20-year-olds. Either who have combat experience or don't have combat experience, or who are going to have combat experience, and so there's a lot of drinking. And so sometimes when guys come in hungover, they're still drunk, showing up to formation, the medics hook them up with IVs. Alright, I'm gonna stab this guy. So yeah, the medics, we definitely try to take care of the medics as much as possible, because they end up doing a lot of insane stuff. I know when we were in combat, our doc, We called him Doc Suit. And he gets wounded. Right, he's got shrapnel in him. And he's going out the next day on patrol with us. And I asked him, because like I got the very next patrol, because there was no replacement for me, so he's out on every single patrol. Gets wounded on one patrol, continues to patrol with us. And I asked him, I was like, Doc, like, don't you need to take a break, man? You're kind of like wounded. He's like, if something happens, and this is what he said to me. He's like, if something happens to you guys out here, I will never forgive myself. Just a really simple, short conversation. We just kind of left it at that. Yeah, don't touch Doc. Like, I know we were on patrol, and you're not supposed to sleep on patrol, right? But Doc, we let Doc sleep on patrol. That was the one person where nobody got mad. We just kind of let him do his thing. I mean, he was a fantastic medic. I think he went on to Special Forces after our deployment. I don't know what he's doing now, but yeah, he was went on to I don't know. I think it was Delta Force. I think he. So I mean, like our medic. In combat was a very high performance person. So yeah, I don't think it was Green Berets. I think it was Delta Force that he went into. At least that's from like the platoon grapevine. So I don't know how true that could be. We're gonna avoid that. You know, sometimes when you're out leveling solo, it's just more efficient to take on blue cons. All right. That is really satisfying though, like you just delete a mob. I do like that. And you get the same feeling with the Archer too. So I mean, if you're wondering about like the Archer and Rogue and what DPS class you should play, Archer's still really good at doing the same thing. You just have a lot less kiting. I mean, we're probably gonna have to kite too with the Rogue. So I imagine this is how it's going to go. If we're going to take the backstab route with the dagger route, we open up with our dagger, apply the poison, the snaring poison, and then run, and then just like throw our knives at him. That's what I think is going to happen. Let's check who is in chat. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you're coming back in, welcome back. Izzy, welcome. Nix Reaver, welcome. Glad to have you. You don't have to respond, you can just lurk, that's perfectly fine, but I like to welcome anybody into my chat channel, in case they do want to say something. Yeah, happy 4th of July. 250. It's a big number. I'm excited. America. I think on the 4th of July I'm gonna stream and wear like a 4th of July hat. Happy train incoming. What's going on? 10 subs. Oh, dude, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. I did this for. I mean, this is just a hobby of mine. So, again, I really appreciate that. So, one of the reasons why I started this channel is for my public speaking, because I'm changing my vocation from IT into philosophy. So I do kind of need a place to practice my public speaking. So if anybody's like in channel and they're just kind of lurking, you know, it helps me out. The second reason why I did this was to do public outreach, because right now I'm trying to work with the government, because there are certain things in my platoon, which is Bravo Company 122. If you haven't heard of us, you can look us up. There's going to be not a whole lot of information about us out there, but you will see 2 Valorous Unit awards, and that itself is a big deal. And so there are people in my platoon who haven't gotten the proper recognition and awards for their actions in combat. Mainly my Bradley commander, who I think at least meets the criteria of gallantry under fire, which would be a Silver Star. So I'm trying to get him his proper awards, because he's never gotten thanked for what he did, which was like running into a burning Bradley and calling for relief while rounds are cooking off right after a V-bed attack. So I definitely appreciate that, for sure. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. And you know, the reason why I say that is, like, you know, hey, you never know, you might meet a random person that might have like a government connection to where I can get these guys recognized. The other one is my Bradley gunner, who probably is a very strong criteria to get the V Device 2's Army Commendation Medal. And it's just the reason why we just didn't get it rewarded, because it's just the combat of chaos and like the casualties we were taking at the time. And our platoon, or not just our platoon, but our battalion took some of the highest casualties of that time period in 06 out of everybody that was there, including the guys that were at Ramadi. But definitely appreciate it. I am liking that mechanic. I don't know how long I have to count to. I mean, maybe it's based off of the cooldown. Yeah. So the other issue is that guys who I saw get wounded and rightfully like deserve their Purple Hearts, like Doc. Not only did I think they waited for like a decade afterwards, and then when they started the process, it took them like 5 additional years and like an act of Congress for them to get their Purple Hearts. So I'm making as much noise as I possibly can. So I got letters to almost, I think, every branch of the government except for like the judicial system. I'm like, I really don't care whose ass I have to kiss in order to get these guys awarded. It's a bipartisan issue. And because it's the right thing to do. Right? No one's thanked them. Like one of the things that I don't like about like the global war on terror is, like, if you're like a platoon sergeant, and to be fair, our platoon sergeant did see like a lot of action. But if you're a platoon sergeant, you almost automatically got awarded a Bronze Star. Like, I just... What is this hype chest? What is this? Oh, dope. That's pretty funny. I like that. That's dope. So yeah, I had to fight to get my pistol quals. Yeah, so like, with me, like, on my paperwork says I've like, was in a year of combat, no accidents with the Bradley. Typically, you get a driver's award for that, for a tracked vehicle, because I was a Bradley driver. And never got it. But I have supporting paperwork to get it. So I mean, and again, like, you know, Bravo Company 122 did a lot of crazy stuff over there. And it's just really undocumented, a lot of it. We end up being like one of the highest decorated line infantry company units in the Iraq War. Not the most, but one of them. So I think there's like a few others that are like ahead of us. We're talking about like the second battle of Fallujah, but we're like right up there. So it's a honor and a privilege to talk to you about the men of Bravo Company. Anyways, happy 4th, everyone. I mean, we are almost level 4. Almost. Haven't gotten any tells. I have my LFG on. And I guess in MMOs, like, DPS is kind of looked at like a dime a dozen, right? I think here it's going to be a little bit different. The rogue can recover your body relatively well. So there's a point to talking to a rogue. Yeah, I'm really liking the damage. I mean, this is a white con, by the way, and we just destroyed it with very little. Typically, you don't see that. I mean, look how little damage I took with a white con. I mean, to be fair, we have Berserker Spirit. Ignore that, but the rogue is just doing a lot of damage. As long as the class feels satisfying to play, I think I'll be happy with it. Even if I don't like identify with like the class theme, like the druid. Like druid is an insanely fun class to play, even though I just like don't identify with it. Checo says that they will probably nerf the rogue again. No, no, don't you do that? Don't you do that? Don't you put that out there, man. Don't you put that juju on us, checkmate. Don't you do that. It's a pretty, like 25% in one hit is good. Look at that. This is a white con. That's insanely good. Well, we don't have to imagine anymore, checkmate. We can actually go learn the poison and we can figure it out together. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Since we don't get an ability skill at level 4, we do get our poison though. So, that is something. Icarus, welcome to the channel, pal. Glad to have you here. Happy 4th. Happy 4th of July weekend, right? Is it the weekend? Is it gonna be the weekend? Yeah. I got a D&D group tonight. At least I think I have a D&D group tonight. If I don't, then I probably still won't be on. Well, I mean, I might get on, but I won't be streaming. You know, because like sometimes I like to play this game by myself. It is a bit different when you are streaming because you kind of do have someone looking over your shoulder, or at least that's what it feels like. But like, I mean, I've gotten used to that. Dom, do you get the French accent going? Practice my French words like boulangerie. Boulangerie est magnifique. Garçon de fer is the insult I often level at like one of the other players because he's playing a Warforged, and that's like a robot or like a magical robot or whatever the fuck it is. And so like, but he's like, he plays it as like a brosif, and so he's like trying to fight everyone, and so my character is like a bit more smart and rational, and so like I often call him Garçon de fer, which means boy of iron. I know that there's like gonna be a French person watching the VOD and just being super mad at me for trying to even sound like a Frenchman. But hey, if you're trying to learn to speak it, like you have to have the French accent. It's like the only one. The ground trembles violently. Okay, that's cool. Sorry, we're just vendoring a bunch of stuff to the raw jackal meat. I think I can just sell bat meat and rat meat. I can cook, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Use our. Let's go ahead and do. And so, if you don't know what I'm doing, I mean, and you don't see the recipe on here, that's because there isn't one listed. It's something that you kind of have to figure out with cooking. It's the same way with tanning. So there are hidden recipes in the game. I'll have to go back and read the Rogue deep dive, because I think they said there was something hidden, like there was a hidden recipe somewhere. And the reason why we're cooking them is to get a bit more money value out of it. Okay, now we can go ahead and sell stuff. Ooh. Not bad. Not a bad haul. Although I did have help with my druid. And that's one thing that I would say. I would say try to pick like an anchor character in this game to support your other characters. Druid is a solid class. I think Necro is going to be a solid class, or any of the pet classes, if you're not interested in leveling that up. But you don't have to level it up all the way. Okay. Oh, yeah, hold on. There needs to be some shrinkage spells that I can cast on people, especially ogres. Alright, so I learned a new recipe. This is my poison making kit, which has a bunch of stuff that shouldn't be in there. You know how it goes. Let's see, poison making kit. Here we go. Vial of snaring poison. Okay, so we gotta get a noxious toxin extract, a soporific agent, which we can buy off the vendor, and then a makeshift vial, which we can also buy off the vendor. So this is gonna come from this, and so we just need a venom gland to do so. I'm willing to bet we can find them on the shady vendors, right? Like there's one like over here. I will say I'm having a lot of fun with the rogue already, so this is one of the more exciting parts of it, where we get to discover how well we can make our poison. And we have a greedy halfling and a bunch of dead dwarves here. You know, just the usual Friday night on Monsters and Memories. Alright, well, let's see. We're going to take a look at our... Come on, where is it? Anything that we want. We'll go out and just kill some snakes. Kind of too cheap to buy it off the vendor. Next level, we get sprint. Oh, we got a man riding his mount. Although seems like he's having some problems. I think the mount needs to be a little bit faster. A little bit. A tad bit, devs, just a tad bit. Alright. Stabby. Ooh. It's always fun. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't be here. I should be, we're gonna go to Northgate. Northgate's where it's at. Check who's in chat. Suspects are still here. And I mean that as a term of endearment in the best possible way. Please don't sue me. Alright, so one of the things I'm curious about with the rogue is when we get slash and stab, is it going to lead to two different play styles? Like, I definitely would like some swords that we can do some backstabbing on. Rapiers would be great. And that sound design. Oh! Okay, they added some textures to the signage. Okay, cool. Every update they add like little things that you just like tend to notice. Like, oh, that wasn't here before. Like, oh, that's pretty cool. And they'll put that in the patch notes. They're like, okay, we put some more dropping into Night Harbor. Night Harbor's a big city, though. Man, it is a daunting task to get everything in here. But yeah, when early access starts, I'm probably not going to be anywhere near Night Harbor. At least for a couple weeks. Well, maybe not, because there might be a lot of shady vendor opportunities to make some money, to do some retail arbitrage. Pick some pockets. Depends on which class I want to play. There's still Shaman that I'm interested in playing, Cleric, the one. Fighter I'm hoping they eventually get to. Alright, so we're looking for snakes. Found a snake. And they just explode. Wow, there's like a lot of corpses on here. Alright, let's see, let's try to find a gland before I have to take a word call. Nope. So that's a lot of damage, even if it's just a auto attack. That auto attack speed is 15%, is a lot. A lot of damage. Oh, snake. I think spiders also give glands, poison glands. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is amazing damage. Man, I hope they don't. You know, for rogue mains, like I hope they don't. I hope they just keep it the same. Unless it's just being like too game breaking, but like I don't see it being that way. Feels like it's on par with the archer, in my opinion. Ooh. Two 1,000, 3 1,000. Looking for snakes. I mean, even like throwing the daggers at mobs does like a lot of damage. It is quite nice. Alright, we're gonna go into stealth. We're gonna take on that curious jackal. Surprise. So I knew it was a little bit more. That was an instant cast, so I didn't have time to jump in there. I'm pretty sure the rogue is going to be a really good anti-caster. Because if they're going to lean into like assassination, then you might be able to just set or shut casters down. I don't know how that's going to work in PvP, but I can certainly see it working in PvE. Just not my luck today. I might have to go to the vendor and then buy some, and we got enough money anyways, right? Although we kind of need to, like, it might fail, right? Got some decisions. I'm so indecisive when it comes to this stuff. So we gotta wait for a few seconds to be in stealth, and then we can open up. Yeah, there we go. Hey, there we go. Poison gland. Let's try to craft it. And we failed. Cool. We went through all that work. We'll see if Clint the Innocent has anything for us. And then I gotta go for a few minutes. You gotta take a bathroom break and stuff like that, and you should too, right? You know, you gotta get up. I mean, I've been here like 4 hours and kind of just talking, jaw-jacking. Anyways, I do appreciate you guys sticking around. I do appreciate those subs. It was very nice of you. And I think you gave a few to people in the channel. That was very, very nice of you. Dragon US MC. We're looking for poison. Stuff of poison stuff. Okay, cool. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. And I'll buy that. Okay. Very cool. There we go. Dope, okay. Oh, I created one. Okay, cool. Well, it got one. We got one now for the poison vial, so we just need to go to our friend here. But how long does it actually last, right? Like, click to apply weapon. I'm willing to bet it lasts probably about like an hour. Same as like sharpening your tool. Now, if you're making sharpening stones and you apply the sharpening to the weapon, can you also apply the poison to the weapon as well? Is my question. But alright guys, I gotta go. I gotta take a break for about 15-20 minutes. I will meet you back here. See you around 5:20, right? Otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys something atmospheric to look at. Go ahead, North Gate. I'm gonna hide my ugly mug and mute myself. Alright. See you guys back here soon. Alright, we are coming back. Yeah, Northgate vibes, yes, exactly. We are on our way back. Just give me a few more minutes to wrap some things up, and I will be here momentarily. Alright, we're coming back. Let's see. Where's my... That's not it. There we go. Okay. I think we're good. Checkmate says, any EQ1 players remember East Common Land tunnels and what they... Yeah? East Common Land tunnels were a thing before Nexus, right? Let's take a look at our... Okay. I mean, we're doing pretty good. Let's see, what happened to our poison making? We bought it off. Clint the Innocent. So we're probably gonna have to grind some resources with this class. Now, it's not as complex as the archer, I would say. Do I like rogue better than the druid? I don't know yet. Checkmate. I really don't know. They both do very different things. I would say, like from like a strategy point of view, I would, if you don't know what class to go with, I would probably say go with druid first. You don't have to level them up all the way, but you need like a support class to support all your other characters, right? It seems to be you can make a lot of money on the druid. You have a lot of better social interactions with the druid, so you get a lot of better gear drops. So there's a lot of benefits to that, but you know, if you're playing a DPS, you're just playing a DPS. And sometimes that's just the way it goes, right? I mean, you provide certain really good qualities like stealth. You're better at the druid than that, but you know, between the druid and the rogue, I mean, it would be a hard choice. Now, as far as damage-wise, of course, I'm gonna like the rogue way better than the druid. But the rogue doesn't have teleport, right? Kind of a big thing. Okay, it's poisonous spider venom sac. We are gonna have to do some resource grinding, but I don't think it's gonna be as bad as the archer. Sudoku was in here and he was telling me it wasn't that bad. And I'll have to take a look at it again. You can't do that. Okay, so we got their noxious toxin extract. We got our beetle. Where's my backpack? Is it like on over here somewhere? Okay. Alright. We're gonna go back. Let's see, how much do we have here? Let's go ahead and start storing stuff in the proper areas. What I can do... I will say Rogue is very satisfying to play as far as just watching a mob die, where in the Druid you're just like, you're really just kind of outlasting the mob. So, I mean, every so often, like, right, you kind of need to play different classes. And I'll probably be on Druid tonight. I won't be streaming it though, but I will be testing it out because we got some new spell, or some of our spells have gotten updated, so I want to take a look at that. And I can start charging for Speed of the Wild if I really want to. We're going to turn in some of our items here to get some rations, some free stuff. I like free. Free is usually good. Okay, alright. Okay, I got a water flask from that. Oops. Alright, so we are going to have to grind some resources with this guy, but that's okay. At level 5, I don't think we're gonna make it to level 5 today. But I should be on tomorrow. We'll see. I'm trying to find like a silly 4th of July hat. You know, with my friendly, upbeat demeanor. Okay. we can use the beetle armor. I mean, that's still like a lot of damage being applied. And we haven't even begun to experiment with the poisons just yet. We're still trying to grind up for we're basically still trying to grind up our poison making. To me, it feels like a little bit more enjoyable, because I don't understand like where you get like the bronze hinges for archers. Someone's gonna have to tell me that. Better yet, even like walk me through like the archer crafting. Because I found the rope, now I need to find like the tar pitch for like the flare arrows that I gotta make. Checkmate says, I really like the rogue at the moment, but I'm worried it will be hard to find in groups. Ooh, when you are a healer, like cleric, I imagine you get instant groups. I think cleric would be kind of one of those ones that you always kind of want the anchor, right? So I imagine you're correct about that. Rogue kind of shares the problem, and this is kind of like the problem with MMOs in general, right? We all kind of have this like cultural belief that a DPS is a dime a dozen, right? I mean, and to be fair, like we've been through a lot of MMOs last 26 years, so we've seen a lot. So we're probably going to get some biases towards other classes like support. Like, would you rather take a ranger, or no, not a ranger, but like like the rogue versus the shaman? If you already have like a cleric, like what would you, and some DPS in the group, like what would you rather do? You probably would rather fill out your support, right? I mean, that's just me. So I've had my LFG on this whole time, and I haven't gotten a single invite. Now that could just be because I'm just like level 4, right? And that's really just about it. It could also be something that we don't want to see, right? We kind of do want to be able to get group invites at a relatively desirable rate. Nice, okay. Nice. Checkmate says, I agree. Checkmate, when you are druid, you literally get tells asking you to group. Yeah, you kind of do, right? Like, you don't even have LFG on, and they just kind of message you. Yeah, that is kind of nice, right? But like, and what's nice about the druid, when you do get like more specialized healers, like the cleric in the group, you kind of move over into the role that you're like designed to do, which is to be jack of all trades, master of none. You can triage the group essentially, and that's kind of like what a really good explanation of what the druid does. It does. It's basically, yeah, like I keep saying like a medic, but I mean like it does triage to the group, right? It's not really good at one particular thing, but it is good at all the things, relatively speaking. But yeah, I do like that about the druid, where I can just put LFG on, and like in a few minutes I'll get like a whisper. Like, hey, you want to do Ancient Crypt? You sure? Yeah, I'd love to. I don't know how we're gonna test that. We're gonna leave every time I come on. I'm gonna make sure I start the stream with LFG on, and then we'll see how it goes. Eventually, we are gonna go back to the druid and get to level 24, at the very least. Oh. Am I gonna make it, guys? Am I gonna make it? What level do we start losing XP at? That's kind of like what I need to... No, I don't want to take that. Oh, gosh. Darn it. Alright. I'm gonna throw caution to the wind and... kill that snake. Yes! Got another one. The gods smile upon us today. See if we're further blessed by the gods today. We are. Gotta find the snake. Don't I have bandage? Nope. Checkmate says, I can see the rogue being able to do crazy damage, but need to be careful not to pull aggro from the tank. That's probably gonna happen, for sure. I know enchanters pull aggro like crazy. I've seen it in groups. I'm like, oh my god. Like, I'm doing all the healing, and I don't even get the aggro. It's the enchanter, for whatever reason. So I'd imagine the rogue doing like just a crazy amount of DPS. The mob's gonna aggro off the tank. Deleted. Yeah, I mean, even in the aggro, and like, I think like the aggro, how the aggro works, and I could be wrong, but when I was playing the archer and I was in a group, I would hit the target that the tank was on, but the other targets on the tank would aggro to me. And I wasn't even hitting them. So maybe that's working as intended. I think it is. I mean, I think it's if that's what it is, then that's what it is. Like, I don't mind that. I mean, it's a nice level of difficulty to be aware of that as a tank. Be kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, other mobs can peel off of me, even though they're not getting hit. Right. Oh. You see that? Oh, Jesus. Good lord. We are looking for things that produce venom sacs. Yeah, destroying these mobs. Yeah, I mean, the archer definitely. And I guess it depends on the role too, right? And the level of the mob. But still, I mean, that's really fast. Avoid that curious jackal. And another curious jackal. We can take on the spider, but the spider is next to a couple skeletons. So we're probably gonna have to take on the skeletons first. As much as I don't really want to, but I mean, one's gonna explode and the other one's gonna die really quickly. Almost exploded. He doesn't see me. His vision is based off of movement. I don't know how I didn't aggro that dude. Still, that's some pretty good damage. We're going to avoid the Curious Jackal. We're not necessarily looking to level at this point. We're trying to gather resources. There's a lot of fire beetles here. And the problem is they're group mobs, and so if I attack one, they're all gonna like pounce on me. Another Curious Jackal. It seems like all the noobs are in the Westgate. Checkmate says, I am waiting to see the stats on the Deep Elf when it comes out. You and me both, brother. I think the Deep Elf Rogue could be neat. Deep Elf Rogue could be very neat. To me, Rogue just screams human for whatever reason. But yeah, and for whatever reason, like the Inquisitor screams like Deep Elf. Right? Like I can't wait to play the Deep Elf Inquisitor. I think that's gonna be really neat. Yeah, and then you get something like Dark Vision, so I'm waiting to see what that's gonna be like. A bit too fast about that. Let me go ahead and hit my mobs. Right. You read fantasy novels? Not particularly. Like the Desert series by R.A. Salvatore. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. So typically, the reading I do, fuck me. I'm just like, forgive me. It's philosophy. Like I'm sorry. That's really the only reading I actually do. Like I don't read for fun. It's just like I just read these big, huge, like philosophical treatises. And it sounds so nerdy and so dumb. I'm just like, yeah, no, that's exactly what I read. I will say this, like I did read the Thrawn series from Star Wars. What was who was it? It was the new guy. And the new take on Thrawn. I think I got like halfway through it. I'm not really sure. I think Thrawn's still working for like the Chiss Empire. I don't know if you know Star Wars or anything, but Grand Admiral Thrawn is actually a really big deal. And I hope Dave Filoni actually does a really good job with it. But I'll check out that series for sure. Oh, we're getting some Venom Sacks. I got my first group tail, guys. Problem is, I got like 20 minutes left, unfortunately, on the stream. I gotta fucking do my schedule and stuff. Oh, man. Fuck. Man, I would love to. I would love to only. I would absolutely love to do that and be a part of that, but like I just can't. I gotta do LFG off. I would love to. Yeah, just for sure. All right. So yeah, I mean we're kind of relegated to doing some solo stuff now, unfortunately. As much as I would love to partake, and you guys know that I would. All right, now we're level 3. Okay, so we just got to keep killing snakes. But it's been a pretty good day for the stream, pretty lively stream. Hopefully I didn't swear too much. I try not to. Sometimes it just comes out. Yeah, so I mean, I was really just trying to articulate it. Like I don't want to like come off like, oh no, I don't read fantasy novels. I only read philosophy. You know, like I don't want to come off like just like, no, it's like super nerdy. I'm sorry, man. like I just, that's typically what I'm like, and I'm forced to read it. So like I don't really read for leisure sake or for leisure. But I do try to listen to some audiobooks when it does come to like fantasy stuff. I'll take out that jackal pup. Give me your loot. $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. Okay, I think we're good. Yep. I mean, still, that's a huge amount of damage. Very satisfying, just to delete a mob off the field. So satisfying. I mean, even like the auto attack damage is really good. Need those poison. Need your poison stuff. That's all I need. That is all I need. Kind of going into autopilot mode and just like attacking everything. It's like, oh no, wait, no, I'm not leveling. I'm grinding for mats. Because I don't really want to be doing this later. I should be doing it when I'm getting like at least a little bit decent experience from it. I think these guys are still blue, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're still blue. I think light blue. Right, there's dark blue and light blue, if I'm not mistaken. Do we need that? I mean, we do need the cloth. Oh. That guy almost took our stuff. Took our mob. We just kinda surprised him. Yeah, alright, that's okay. I mean, look, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's level 1, right, but like, whatever, like, still. I mean, it gives me a good hope for like the class in later levels. Hopefully we're not like really relegated to the daggers unless we're doing like a very specific playstyle. Daggers are nice, but you know, I kind of want to have something else too. Let's go ahead and make we failed in our attempt. That was a big hit. So what I'm wondering, at least as far as the poison works, does it stack with like other weapon modifications, like sharpening your weapon? It's gonna be something we're gonna have to look at. Leave that for some noob to pick up. just immediately explodes. So I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter if you're like some of these mobs are like insta kill if I come out of stealth. So I mean, it is quite nice. I think rogue mains for the most part should be somewhat happy. I think, I mean, I don't know, I looked at the forums before the patch and people were kind of upset, so. But we really shouldn't go by what the forums say. So far, I mean, like how is that not satisfying? You know? Sweet, okay, we got... Alright, and we have failed in our attempt, okay. I mean, we are trying. That's all we can do. Oh, that son of a bitch. I was about to backstab that mob. Is there like a middle finger emote? That's what's cool about this this community. What are we looking for the right, like poison duck? Never good. You're good. Let's see, just the poison. Yeah, poison. Oh, we don't have, I thought we had our Seam Ripper, and I'm like, oh no, we're on a different character. Okay, I can put that in essential. Alright. Alright. Probably should have waited a little bit longer to be in. Oh, I mean, it's like close enough to 6 for where I can say that's gonna be it. Because that is gonna be it. For us for the day, unfortunately, guys. Thought about getting on here like way earlier. I tried, but I was like, for whatever reason, I just got too excited last night about the patch, and I just couldn't get to sleep, so... You know, that's what kind of screwed me over on not getting it early, because I had a plan to get this stream up way earlier than I usually do, but I needed sleep, so... Anyways, guys, Go ahead and get this. I'm just making sure I didn't ignore anybody in the chat. Thank you guys for sticking around. Appreciate it. Dragon USMC, thank you for sticking around. Izzy, thank you for sticking around. Checkmate, thank you for sticking around. Appreciate it. Appreciate those subs. That was very nice of you. extremely nice of you to do that. And I think that you did give a few people in channel the subs too, which you went above and beyond. Generosity today. If I could make you a VIP, I would. But let's go ahead and do a few shoutouts. Baked Bacon, thank you for the follow, sir. Alright, guys. I think that's gonna conclude our stream. So sorry if this sounds like a funeral and it takes forever to say goodbye, but I gotta go, and I will see you guys out there. Thanks for joining.